Okay. Oh, da, 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 da. Just go to my YouTube channel really quick. Oh, that was loud. Turn this down just a titch. Okay. Hopefully the audio is okay. It would suck if it wasn't. Hey Aiden, how's it going? Alright. I'm going to be practicing the end quite a bit, so. Forgot to pause the overlay. Okay. Now we can get started. I'm good. I'm glad to hear it. Oops, forgot to hit that late. Yeah, I forgot to hit that. I'm just gonna be fucking this up, I think. Sorry to hear the power's been out. That sucks. Well, hopefully you are back soon. Thought it was from zero. No. That's why the title is practice. I don't wanna clickbait anyone. Well, I wanna clickbait people, I just don't wanna lie to people. Ugh, no, that's okay. If we're gonna die to 99.88, we should do it on the copyable and not the real level. Alright, I wanna practice checkpoint 55 quite a bit. It's my problem checkpoint. Yeah, this one's the problem checkpoint. Then I'll do some runs from 51. And then I'm gonna say fuck it. Oops. Picking up another long level, I see. I don't know if Dark Odyssey and Eon are comparable in both being long. I feel like Eon is a little bit different. Imagine you actually got 99%, I would actually quit the level forever. That's... We're gonna hope that doesn't happen. I think, if anything, I'm gonna die to 94 or 95. If I die past that, I will be very... I mean, it's very possible I die past that, but if I die past that, I'm gonna be so heartbroken. Not to say, like, it's easy, but just that, like... It would be such a choke. It would be such a choke. Die 92% for content? No. That would... Oh. I think the cons outweigh the pros on that. The pro, me getting content, the con, me dying at 92%. God, that would be fucking awful. Let's not die to the triple this time. Because I genuinely tried last time and I died. So let's not die again. That would be so cool. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna go from... the start of the end. That's not what I wanted to do. We're gonna practice this bit a bit, and then I'll brush up on some of the more problematic parts in the real level, and then I'll do some throwaway attempts. Why not? All I lose is time, you know? the right input. That's an embarrassing death. But this is why we practice. This is why we practice. I'm telling you, that part right there is the problem part. Hi, Diamond. Sorry, I got distracted by the message. How's it going, Diamond? Did you see the Dark Odyssey complete? I can't believe you're playing GD. Did you see the Dark Odyssey complete? Pretty fire! Sorry for distraction. No, it's fine. I won't let it distract me on runs where I actually care. Don't worry. You shouldn't feel bad for talking in the stream chat. I think Diamond is a bit happy. Diamond seems a little bit happy, yeah. On holiday recently? You did it recently? Yeah! I beat Dark Odyssey 2 days ago, I think. Violet picked it up and she was like, I think you'd like this level. Then I was like, no. And then she was like, you need to do, you need, like, if I ever talk in the stream chat, never talk here again, sorry. Don't do that! But she was like, you would like this level, I think. And I was like, I don't think I would. And then after like a week, she finally was like, just do a practice run of it. So I did a practice run of it. And anyway, 19 hours later, I beat it. 19 hours real time, by the way. Like, I went and slept and, like, did stuff. But, like, 19 hours real time attack for Extreme Demon when I hadn't beaten one in 9 years. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, I think. So you like really long levels, I understand? Well, the thing is that I used to be not consistent at anything. So I always, like, thought I would prefer shorter, more intense levels. But I did 15 to 100 on Dark Odyssey twice in a row, and I was like, maybe consistency is my strength. Like, it took me 8 attempts from 0 to beat Dark Odyssey, and the first attempt got to 76, and the second attempt got to 91, and then I died to bullshit, just me, like, fucking up. And then it took, you know, then I went for a bit of a slump. But it only took 8 attempts from 0, so, like, maybe consistency is my strength. So I'm putting that to the test with Eon. I'm putting that to the test with the like you did right now as you said that. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I'm talking right now. Like, this is not a gauge of how, like, consistent I actually am. What levels I've beaten recently? That's it. The hardest level that I beat other than Dark Odyssey was No Wise, because I was doing the gauntlets, so No Wise is like the 4th level in the Doom gauntlet or whatever. In the stream chat? No, it's fine, it's fine. I prefer reading the stream chat, that's why I started streaming. Big jump? I guess. I don't really know. I don't know. I'm in a bit of a weird place with how I feel about Dark Odyssey. It took me 1,700 attempts, and Hypersonic was my first extreme, and that took me 8,000. So I don't know. Either, like, I don't know. I mean, it is like a little bit of a big jump. Oh, actually, it's kind of a lie, because Violet and I beat Duelo Maestro. So, and I did the solo parts of Duelo, so I think that's probably harder than No Wise. So that's the hardest level I've actually beaten recently, other than Dark Odyssey. I kind of forgot that we did Duelo Maestro. Sorry, I'm not looking at stream chat, so I won't be able to use that as an excuse if I die. But I kind of want to see how far this attempt gets. So just hang on like a minute until I die at 95%. So I heard you're doing codependence with Lyra next? Codependence with myself? Maybe. Oh, wow. Was not expecting to beat that. Well, this attempt might actually finish. Way too late there. I meant Codependence with Violet next, but if you want to do that solo, that would be cool. I don't think I'm good enough to do Duelo solo, let alone Codependence. Also, sorry for skipping your message. I'll go try to find it after this because it's not on my screen either. Alright, as long as I don't throw the triple. I thought I did. Alright. Alright. What was the last message? I'm taking a break from GD right now, just building levels on aneby Bloodlust last week. My friends don't believe me, I literally showed them proof. Damn. GG, thank you. That's the 4th time I've beaten it from 90. Play from 0. Listen, okay. How hard is Eon? It's really tough for me to place. Because on the one hand, no individual part is very long. On the other hand, it's 55 minutes long. I'll probably have a better opinion if I actually do beat it. Okay, I'm gonna do some practicing of the things that give me trouble. And the things that give me trouble is checkpoint 47. But I did have a run die to this checkpoint 46, which is just unfortunate, and so we're gonna... What is it ranked? It's, I think, number 820 on the all-rated Extreme Demons list. So there are 819 Extreme Demons that are considered more difficult than it. Currently, out of like 1,500 total Extremes, so I guess it's like middle of the pack. If you are by that. The ladder, I think, says that this is a tier 23. I think it says it's a tier 23 demon. with tier 20 being, or tier 21 being the easiest extremes, technically. So. But it's tough for me to place because... Good night, Diamond. Thank you. Because, like, the thing is, if you're looking at the gameplay, right, this is not... Have you ever tried an Extreme Demon? Yes, I've beaten 2. I've beaten Hypersonic and Dark Odyssey, both of which are considered tier 21, so, like, the easiest extremes. Although there are some extremes that are ranked tier 20 for whatever reason. But they're supposed to be insanes if they're tier 20. Just sometimes the community and RobTop disagree. Eon is 829? Oh, Eon is 829, my bad. I misremembered. Okay. So that's one of the things that gives me trouble. Another one of the things that gives me trouble is 35. So let's go to 35 really quick. Actually, it's both 33 and 35, so I'm going to start from 33 and see if we can do them. Didn't know Bloodbath is placed higher than Eon. It was originally placed below it, but I'm pretty sure, like, it's been moved down. Okay. That part gives me trouble. That was star position 33. This is 34, which I call ouch my eyes. Man is a shit. Something easy like Society of Things Phase 2 next? Yeah, so true. No, I mean, despite what it may seem, given that my hardest is number 1300 or whatever, and Eon's 800 or whatever, I really dislike jumping. I find jumping to not be a good way to improve at the game. So I'm certainly not going to jump to number single digit on the needs list, or even try, because I definitely don't have anything to actually complete that. Holy shit, nice arm. Very nice. Do you have any of the, like, the ones you only get one of a run? Heidi-Ho, Doom Spiral, Wumpa? I do want to grind them. But I had an exam to study for, and now my girlfriend got me addicted to Geometry Dash. Okay, don't judge me! Alright, good night, Arn. This is not one of the ones that gives me trouble. I don't know why I'm still here. Let's go to 26. Want to try to work up yourself to see how far you can go? Yeah, like, she's a bad influence? Nah, she's chill. I almost did it. That part always gets me. But, like, I don't know, I think marginal increases in difficulty is the way that you improve, you know what I mean? Like, if you've beaten... Like, I keep seeing this one video that's like, I beat Bloodbath as my first level, and I'm like, why? It's not how, like, anything works. You know? Like, you don't... If you're going for your, if you're going for your medical degree, like your medical doctorate, you don't sit the MCAT from frame 1. Like, that's like step 80. You don't just go there, you know? When you're born, you don't sit the SAT immediately. There's things you gotta do. You gotta learn. You gotta go through the motions, you know? I don't know. I also say that because, like, I did a few jumps that I just wasn't ready for, and, like, I paid the price, and so I don't really want to do that anymore. I'd rather just, like, do things that I think are difficult for me, but... Why do you play the most painful levels? What's painful about them? These levels chill as fuck. Oops. I didn't know you could miss that orb. Well, now I have to, like, figure that out, because that's not good. What was your first demon? Club step? It should be Azurite? Nah. Good night, Wumbo. If the thing is, like, tier 25 or above, I'm not gonna go for it. Hello, sunshine. Ooh. It's good progress. Minus Theory of Everything 2. I beat Clubstep before Theory of Everything 2 existed. I do think ToE 2 is easier than Clubstep, but that was my first demon. Mine was the Nightmare. Ah, a classic. A Jax. was not good. That's my one attempt, Demon. You've improved. Club Step took me like thousands of attempts. Pretty sure now I could go like beat it in 4, but like, you know. For where I was at the time, it was a damn good accomplishment for me. Also, I hope you can hear every one of the clicks. That was my goal with the current setup, is that you can hear all the clicks. 2428, that's quite a few. That is quite a few. Taking a break from Skyblock? I mean, I guess? I don't know. I pretty much only have fishing bestiaries left. My brother got me global rank removed by completing Extreme Demons with no clip. Now I can't get it back. That's so sad. I'm sorry about that. You know, that's why you gotta be careful who you let on your account. Happens on Skyblock quite a bit too. Okay, I'm gonna go to 26. Oh, I already did 26. I think I already did this one. Let's do it again. I don't want to die here. But I'm only gonna do it, I'm not gonna go past it. Okay. Now we're gonna go to 21, which is what I call orb snakes. That is not how you're supposed to do that part. So I found for orb snakes you want to be really early on the pink orb timings, like you want to jump into them really early. Unlike most of this level where you want to be really late on everything. Okay. I also want to start... I want to practice... Oh yeah, 20 has a really weird part. I'm gonna practice this weird sextuple green orb click. But yeah, all I'm pretty much missing in Skyblock is fishing bestiaries, and I just don't really have motivation to fish. Because the last times I fished with Violet, and she doesn't seem to have any interest in playing Skyblock at the moment either, which is super reasonable. The ending is so majestic. I know. I mean, the whole song is beautiful. I mean, this album is great. This level has made me appreciate the album quite a bit more. It was already a great album because Lit Fuse was on it, and Lit Fuse is an incredible song, but I have a lot more respect for The Angel parts 1 through 5 now. Okay, here's the... Okay, yeah. That green orb is just... Those green orbs are weird. See, that's why you want to do it. That's why you want to do them late, or early rather. That's why you want to do them early, because then shit like that happens if you don't do that. You have to remind myself. Okay. We gotta practice 12. That's the last. These next 3 checkpoints also give me trouble. So we're gonna give these a quick little run through. Hey, Stella. Do I have a favorite level? It might be Lit Fuse. It's an incredible level. Other than that, not really. Okay, and an awkward transition. Did you know there's a secret way in Eon at 25.31%? Lame. We here at the lyraava stream do not abuse bugs. Okay, let's do that part again. Honestly, not even the whole part, just the stupid ass portals up here. I hate those portals. Okay. Alright, let's go to... I wrote down 5. I tried to maximize my bits for Mira even though I had none available. Oh, that hurts. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. Still a challenge to get there, and 2 waiting like 37 minutes after the secret way. I mean, yeah, but it's still, you know, that's not the spirit of the level. That's not how Ren intended for people to beat the level. Alright, this part is slightly readable. But I think either the next part or the part after that I have trouble with. This is called Orange. Yeah, it's the next part. The next part I call Quick Waves. This part's called Orange in my notes. I don't have anything written down for Orange. You good at creating? No. Bye, Nubik. Also, you guys can hear every click, right? I want to make sure that every click is audible. And I did do some changes to the setup. Okay, honestly, I think that's good. I think we should start. Well, I'm gonna do one more run at the end, just to have it be fresh in my head, and then you know what? There's no time like the present. That's what they always say. I hit that first one so late. Ah, it's okay, I got past the problematic parts in that. Although we are going to practice it one more time. Go. Swoogie. It's from 90. Okay, hopefully we can actually beat it from here. Hello, I Diet Real. I saw you comment on the Dark Odyssey video. How's it going? Right, like 80X? I beat 80. A long time ago. Alright, Lyra, don't fuck it up. That was too close. All right. All right, hopefully that doesn't happen on the real level. Anyway, we gotta practice this part again. Getting this level is phenomenal. No, I mean, yes. The whole level is beautiful, but the ending is incredible. That green orb in that blue portal is the only orb in this entire fucking level you hit before you enter the portal. Every single other orb you hit after you go into the portal, but that singular green orb you hit before. Dash orb coming up you want to fall into. That one. Most of the dash orbs in Silva you want to buffer, but that one is tough if you buffer it to hit the red orb. Alright. Hopefully we don't die to this triple 2 times in a row. That would be sad. I would be sad about that. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna do just this checkpoint one more time. See, cause like shit like that's gonna happen. And like I just don't want that to happen. Double click with the spider orbs, man. Go to 40 or 51 because this part low-key fucks me up because I always miss the second pink and I want to not miss the second pink, and I think it's a buffer, so I think I just have to remember. I mean, like, that works, but it just stresses me out, you know what I mean? Alright, the 2 buffer clicks work. I guess I'll just do that. I guess I'll just do that. Alright, I'm gonna do this attempt. See where it dies. And then probably say fuck it. I would like this to at least get to checkpoint 55. I almost fucked that orb timing. Feel it. Yeah, that was gross. Is this one of the longer levels you've played? what levels are longer? I mean, like, I know everywhere at the end of time is, but, like, come on. I think this is by far the longest level I've ever tried to beat. I think Dark Odyssey is the second long, or the longest level I've beaten. Oh, dude, I knew I was gonna die. I keep fucking that timing up. I need to, you know what? Desert bus? No. I don't need to drive to Las Vegas and back 400 times or whatever. This checkpoint, man. Okay, I don't even... I think I jumped off of the block instead of hitting the blue. That's a crazy death. Holy shit. That was just my fault. I didn't click. That's crazy. Okay. I did it. I did the thing that I said I was gonna do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the last part of the level definitely is epilepsy warning. You are not wrong. That was too close. Why'd I do that? Okay. Alright, I think we should probably start. I'll just do some attempts. I don't have a ton of time, but, like, you know, there's no time like the present. And it would be pretty cool to beat it. And, you know, if I don't, then more practice for me. I do want to do this timing again, though. Okay. Fuck it. I'm gonna turn back on the... I'm gonna turn off fast menus, because I kind of like the slow menus. Okay. Here we go. Oh, this is bad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, actually, real quick. Okay. Let's try it. Here we go. I don't really remember the beginning, but you know, we'll feel it out. Well, that was close. Oh, I forgot about that little cube. Forgot about that little sucker. spot for that. I was too distracted by the fact that I probably thought I died to that first one. Oh well. I haven't played this beginning in a long time, so we're gonna have to figure it out. But it's alright. We'll get there. I hope the audio is balanced decently. I tried before, but there's only so much that I can do. I looked down. I looked down. I cannot believe I died like that. Oh. It's alright. I didn't practice the first 10% at all, so I'm expecting to die here a little bit. It is somewhat paradoxically one of the harder parts in the level. Well, that's not. That's just the cube that's killed me 3 times. But you know what they say? Fool me 3 times, then I might learn. Being the only watch right now? I think you might be. I mean, it's not exactly riveting gameplay. And also, people don't know me for GD. And also, the people that would watch GD streams probably don't have the attention span for a 55-minute long level. Almost 4 times. That's crazy. I need to remember that. That can't kill me every other run. Like, it's at some point I gotta learn, right? 55 minutes? Yeah, this level is 55 minutes and 24 seconds long. And its gimmick is that the first 90% is pretty easy, but then the last 10%, also known as the last 5.5 minutes, is pretty rough. And it uses the song The Angel Parts 1 through 15 by Coca-Cola, off of the album The Angel the Demon, which I believe is about Undertale, but I don't know that for sure. Yeah, see, so that was not good. Missed my thing. It's okay. That part right there is actually the part of section 1 that I have written down as problem. That part's called orbs. This part's called welcome. Right now, we're stuck in welcome. Insane to me? I mean, the thing is that, like, I mean, I know I'm dying a lot to the first 3%, which is, don't get me wrong, it's embarrassing. But the thing is that most of this level is sight-readable. Like, you don't have to practice it a lot, you just kind of have to be able to read GD levels. Which is a skill in and of its own, like, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, the last 10% is tricky. I think, like, the conventional, if you were to, like, take every one of these parts, I don't think any single part before the last 10% would be considered demon. I remember the block. I know! It's huge! I'm making progress. But then the last 10% is probably every individual part of it is like medium demon, probably. And then, you know, putting them all back to back probably raises it to be like, I don't know, a hard demon or like a low insane, given where Dark Odyssey is placed. And then the fact that it's at the end of a 55-minute long level makes it an extreme, for whatever reason. Alright, don't forget this. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, now this part is also annoying. There we go, I think. Nice. Ah, I shouldn't have jumped. I'm totally dead here. Yeah. Shit. I freaked out. I don't know why I freaked out. It's alright. It's alright. Get the nerves out. Get the nerves out. Hey Cynthia, how's it going? I finally got paid? Finally? Damn, they take forever. That's some bullshit. Block. Look at me go. I'm remembering it every time now. There's 3 problem parts in this section. Keep postponing the trip to the notary. I get it, it's scary. Dude. I get it. So I'm gonna go next week. Huge. I believe in you. You can do it. It's scary, but you know, it's important. But then again, most important things are scary, I think. You know? For removing power of attorney, so it's the last big step for a while. Yeah, but that can be even more difficult to finally do, you know? Or at least for me. Like, even if something is like a really good end of like a chapter, I'm always like really comfortable in the chapter that I'm in, even if the chapter sucks ass. So I get it. It's tough. Endings are tough, even endings of bad things. Social anxiety? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's 2 of the problematic parts. Okay, we're okay. I'm not supposed to jump there. Welcome to section 2. Call this red blocks. And now I'm hopefully not going to die to a not bad part. That was close. Okay, now this is section 3. It's called Red Saws. Judy makes me extremely anxious. Ooh, I'm sorry. I mean, it makes sense. You don't have to watch it. I'm sorry. By the time I get to campus after like a 30-minute walk, my heart rate is like 30 to 50 higher, and my legs are dark red. Very, very health. Yeah, it's scary. I'm sorry about that. I'm just going to say hi. Hello! I did not know that transition was like that. But okay, now I know. Let go. It's unfortunate. Wheelchair is a lifesaver? I can imagine. Almost forgot it. Ooh. Oh, we're okay. Okay, back to red platforms. Can't wait to start spamming go at 85%. So true. Alright, we're at red saws. This is section 3. And this wave part is still part of red saws, even though there are no saws. Don't ask me why. I was the one that named them, but it wasn't for any discernible reason. Okay, so now we're gonna remember this time. When the screen fades to white, we let go. We let go, which is around 8%. It's around 8%. We're gonna let go. There we go, we did it. This part is called Broken Computer. Yeah, dude. That was like the most unfortunate frame to drop of all time. But you know what? Not really, because it was only at 8% of the level. So, you know what? If we're going to drop a frame, may as well drop it at 8%. And if I drop a frame at like 93, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Tragic lag spike. I fucked that pink orb, and then any chance of me recovering it was. Did you click that orb too late? No, I fucked up the pink orb, and then I could have saved it, but the fucking the like jumping early, because like I hit the orb blade, which made me warp on, like it made me snap onto the platform, and then instead of jumping, I lost my frame. I don't know if it actually gets picked up in recording, because I was watching back recordings, and it doesn't always pick it up, which is confusing to me, because I feel like if the frame dropped, it should drop on the recording. I don't know. Maybe I'm blinking? Maybe I'm blinking. Maybe I have to record my face, and I have to see if I'm blinking. And my brain is parsing it incredibly weirdly. Who knows? The other, like, 5 deaths I've had, those were all me. I'm not gonna blame lag for every death, but I will blame lag for the deaths that lag causes. How do list mods handle Eon submissions? I honestly don't know. Sorry to whatever list mod is going to get to watch a 55-minute long recording. They're like, we have 44,000 submissions to get through. I'm just going to get through like 2 really quickly, and they get my Dark Odyssey and my Eon submissions, and they're like, fuck. Yeah, I fucked up. So that was a death that happened like 0.2% of the level ago, because I messed up my timing on the red orbs, which made me mess up the timing on the dash orb. I saw the frame light. No, that one wasn't frame. Can't tell because my eyes work too slowly, but I think there was a frame that disappeared that time. Okay, good. So I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I thought I was crazy, because I don't want to be the person that's like, oh my god, lag every time. Like that last death that I just got at 3%, that was all me. That was 100% me. I fucked up the red orb, and then I just it was a travesty waiting to happen. So the thing is, for Eon, for this level that we're playing right here, I have it in 3 runs. I have done 0 to 9%, and then I've done 9 to 90%, and then I've done 82 to 100%. So I have done it in 3 runs, technically, but that middle run is doing a lot of the work. So, yeah. And as you can see, I can't even get back to 9% right now. I'm having a lot of trouble with that. So... interpolatory function time? Yes. I have a 56 2/3 chance of winning at Eon by Ren241. To me, if I was Scott Steiner. Okay, this time I'm going to not mess up the timing on these red orbs. I'm actually going to use 100% of my brain to like remember the things that give me trouble. Here we go. Don't fuck up this time. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold. Thank you. Then we have to buffer this. Nice. Fall 3 times. Dash orb. Okay. That was an okay place for a lag spike. You know? That was okay. That was fine. Okay, so there's that click is somewhat difficult. I like to hold that for some reason. Coming up, there's a double green orb timing that sometimes kills me. It's that one? Okay. Alright, this time we're not only going to beat Red Sauce, but we're also going to beat Broken Computer. I can feel it. You know? And then unfortunately right after Broken Computer is Quick Waves, or Quick Ship? Quick Ship. And Quick Ship sucks, so we probably will die there. But you know what? It's all chill. It's all chill. It's chill as fuck. Because we're just having a grand old time right now playing Eon. So then there's Quick Ship, and then there's Orange, and then there's Quick Waves. And then there's like a pretty chill ship part, and then there's the swing copter part. And the swing copter, oh man, that part sucks. Ugh. Okay, this is Orange. This part's fine. Ugh, that was gross. Okay. Is it worth them clicking alongside you? Nah, you're chill. Don't even worry. Okay, so I've already misread multiple inputs. So yeah, don't worry. For some reason, the first like 13% of this level, or the first 25% of this level, low key, is harder than the middle 50. But after this is this swing copter part, and the thing with the swing copter part is you need to click twice in every swing copter, even if it doesn't look like you should. You gotta click twice, because you gotta fix the gravity of your cube. So I'm gonna say that out loud so that I remember. Okay, I believe this is Bright Side Vaporwave. Yes. This is the part where you hear Mr. Brightside with Vaporwave. Now, there are a couple of parts in this that are not sight readable, in my opinion, so we're gonna hopefully not die to those. They're coming up. It's this part. I always want to slide on these slopes. Okay, this next part is called Robot C, Cube Heaven. And this part's long. This is a long part. And if I get past it, I get to what I think is the hardest part before 90% in this level, which I call Rainbow Swap, parts 1 through 3. There's a couple hard clicks in Robot C. Ugh, that was not one of them. Ugh. Okay, back to Robot C. There's a couple mini jumps in this part, and they scare me. I think that was it, honestly. Nope. There we go. Okay, this is still part of Robot C Sky Heaven, by the way. And the gimmick with this spaceship part is it goes apeshit, so be prepared for it to go apeshit. This part's auto, luckily. But then it comes back, and it's not auto when it comes back. Okay. Now, we gotta do Rainbow Swap. No way. I freaked myself out. That's so upsetting. I freaked myself out. Ah! Classic. Classic. Fucking classic. I flinched at the death. I'm not even joking. I flinched at the death. Oops, sorry about that. I think I feel. Fuck. You know what's so sad? Is those parts where you have to, like, you're in the yellow portal and you have to click the blue orb in the yellow portal. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. Low key, I think that's the hardest part until like 40% of the level. So I just kind of threw really hard, which I'm pretty sad about. But you know what? This is what happens. I thought it'd be the spider orbs. Nah, the spider orbs are chill. Spider orbs are chill as fuck. Oh, I didn't die to the cube. That cube's killed me 5 times. That fucking cube, man. Oh. Anyway, so I just died to what I consider to be section 12. Section 12 is the first third of the rainbow swapping part, which I think is the hardest of the 3. Section 12, 13, and 14 are the rainbow swapping part. The next hard part that I have written down is 21. So the problem parts are 21, 26, 33, 35, 49. Those are the problems. And then 51 through 59 is the ending, and that everything is a problem in the ending. But like that goes without saying, I think. Anyway, I'm just yapping to yap. Gotta do something to pass the time. Alright, don't fuck this up. Okay, that's problem part 1. That's problem part 2. But hopefully I'll get to demonstrate on stream that the majority of this level is not that bad. There's just a few really tricky parts, and unfortunately they're probably all going to kill me, because no matter how much I practice something, I still die to it. It's just how it goes, especially on a level this long. There's just, you know, just a lot of time for my brain to make a mistake. Which it does. It does constantly. Phew. So, In my experience with pretty much every ship and wave part in this level, you want to stay, you want to stay centered. Or as centered as the level allows. Like sometimes obviously it'll toss you up to the top of the screen, but like, you know, being centered helps quite a bit in sections like the later ones, like 20s and 30s ships and waves. Okay, let's remember to let go of our mouse. Okay. That is exactly where I died on my 0 to 9 run. Good to see I don't learn. Tragic misread. Yeah. Unfortunately, like 90% of this level is reading, but then like 10% of it is memorization of things that you would read wrong. And like you have to remember all of the things that you're gonna read wrong, and it's really tough to keep all of that in your head. And the really sad thing is I know all of the parts. I'm just like gonna forget them. I remember some of them, like the 4th swing copter in section 9, and a couple of things in section 35 with UFO readings, one spaceship part, I think section 28, no, 27. But like, I don't know, there's only so much I can keep in my head at once. Oh well. I do wish I would stop dying so early on. Like, the section 12 death hurt, but like, it, you know, that's to like a hard part, not to like a misread. I mean, I did misread it, but like, forgot to click. Too busy preparing for this click. Yes, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's remember this part. Okay. I will give plushies hugs. That is a good idea. Next time I die, I will go grab Subby. What, Pikachu Subby? Pikachu Subby. It's gonna leave me under the monitor forever. I'll give Pikachu Subby a hug. That was awesome! Did you see that? See, like, it does happen. I know, like, oh, she's gonna complain about the fucking game lagging, but like, that was crazy. That was a lot of lag, was it not? Shork and Subby been sitting on top of my laundry on my bed for weeks. That's relatable as fuck. I gotta do wash. Okay. Yeah. Thread priority. Okay. Gross. What the fuck was that? I've never... That's gonna be a heartbreaking thing to write down. Is it right that I died on orange? Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, can I get out of this, please? Can I get out? Let me out! Let me out of the first 9 sections, please! I'm fucking begging. Holy shit. Open your mega hack and do the thing. Yeah, give me a sec. Red. You forgetting plushie hugs? Alright, give me a second. Oh, subby. I got subby and I got Pikachu subby. Click the triangle and set it to high. Okay. I should honestly take this as a sign that I need to practice, like, the further things. But, like, I don't want to do that. This attempt, I'm gonna get back to section 12. It's gonna happen. I'm calling it. I'm remembering that block. Okay. Nice. It really is an endurance test. I know that's like the most obvious statement of all time, but man. Graze that block. I know. Yes. No way! I shifted because my foot is asleep. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, I'm so upset. Where did I die? Gear hell? That sucks. Okay, let me move. Let me sit in a way that's not held too long. Yeah, I know. I know what killed me. I'm just upset about it. I shouldn't. There's no hard part until like 45%. Oh, dude. That's what I wanted to get to, is I knew like if I got past Rainbow Swap, which is like 26%, that there was like a pretty good chance that I get pretty far in the level. And instead I died to like... There are parts that are not hard that I have died to. I have never died to that wave. Like, the mini-cube part at the start of that section after Rainbow Swap, which I call Gear Hell, by the way, that cube has killed me. The ship has killed me, because I misread the beginning of it. The wave has never killed me. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts. No lag spike? No, I mean, that was my fault. It was my fault. It was my foot. Almost messed that up. I think I saved it. It's alright. We get there again this run. Person on my Steam friends list keeps starting Stardew Valley over and over again, like every 10 minutes. I don't know what they're doing. The song is nice and calm and doesn't exacerbate my migraine like what Mo was playing yesterday. What was Mo playing? Coretta? But yeah, this song is beautiful. It's called The Angel, a story in 15 parts. It's playing Aku. Doesn't Aku use Creo Epilogue? That song's awesome. I love that song. Don't misread, please. Didn't hit that orange or red orb late. This part is called orange, so orange is in my head. Alright, focus up. What am I doing? What am I doing? I can sit here without my head explode if I just don't look at the screen, which means I can do work while being here. Yay! Acco is a great song, but when it's the plinky bit in the beginning over and over again because the streamer is bad at the game. Oh. Hold on, I gotta write that I died to quick waves. God, dude, this is an embarrassing display. Like, I swear to God, I'm not this bad at this level. Like, oh. God, it's making me sad. At least we watched Lyra. When we watched Lyra, her attempts last more than 10 seconds. Okay, but like relative to the length of the level, I think you're probably living longer than me because I keep dying at like 9%. It's so embarrassing. It's so fucking embarrassing. And I'm not even dying to... Well, okay. One of those deaths was to a misread. I just misread that one part at like 9.1% or whatever. But every other death is just skill issue. It's just me not... Like, that death right there was just because I fucked up the wave timing. That was just... and then I didn't save it. I tried to save it with a really awkward click, and then it did not save me. Oh, whatever, man. I'm not even mad. I'm not even upset. I'm all chill. I'm all good. That 90% of your deaths are going to be deviating from your normal click pattern, having to readjust. Oh yeah, I've already had a few of those. I mean, that's why I have been trying to not learn the click pattern. Okay, that was what happened. Did I let go of a dash orb and then re-grab it? Is that even... I feel like what I just did was illegal. Is it illegal? Still, it says green in the top left, so I'm assuming what I did was not illegal. But I really don't know what just happened. Either way. That's why I've been trying to somewhat confusingly not learn the click pattern for a lot of the parts, because I find that if you don't have a click pattern, you can't freak out when you deviate from it. Now, there are some parts that are sufficiently hard where I've just decided I need to actually learn them, but like this is not one of those parts. Red platforms is not one of those parts. Red's the next, like, honestly, the next like 5 parts are all ones that I haven't got, well, except for the ship part. Quick ships. So like there I was able to react. So I didn't do what I had done the last 3 times because I don't really have like a set in stone pattern. I was like, you know what, now it's chill, I just gotta hit these green orbs late and it's all good. I feel like one of my strengths is the ability to sight read levels, or at least non 2.0 style levels, where there's, like, if there's moving objects, I'm just fucked. But if it's like a 1.9 style level with no moving objects and just gameplay, like, I'm kind of very good at reading it. So I'm trying to use that to my strength. Unfortunately, I keep dying to fucking bullshit. But, whatever. Keep dying to non-cube game modes. Is what's happening. Ooh, I have deviated from my path quite a bit because I don't remember this part of the wave. No. Whatever. I gotta write down another death on quick ships. Now that is the hardest part of quick ships. You have to hit this part. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I hope you can, because you gotta hit this fucking, that ceiling. That's the hardest part of it, which just really sucks that I died to it. I don't have that much more time for attempts. Once I have less than an hour left before I gotta go, I'm gonna start just doing practice runs of problematic parts. So the stream's not gonna be as exciting. I'm grabbing Subby. I'm hugging Subby right now. When I get far, I'll put Subby down. But I'll just go practice problematic parts. But I am really hoping I get another attempt past Rainbow Swap, because I would like to see how far I can actually get. I have done 9 to 82. Or, no, 9 to 90. I've done 9 to... It's hard because I didn't have the percentage working, so I don't really know exactly what it's to. I'm trying to think. I think it's probably 9 to either 88 or 89. Because it's the part before the last part, which starts at 90, I think. So, like, I've done all of this in a row before. It's why it hurts. It's why it hurts I keep dying past 9. And early past 9. It's sad, is what it is. the same part. It's the same misread. How do I do that? How do I mess up? Come here, Subby. Come here. Oh, man. Third time? No, only the second. Only the second. It is the third time I've died to that part, though. I've died to that twice and to the actual hard part once. I died to that cube 7 times now. Dude, I do kind of wish I'd learn. You know? I do kind of wish that I would learn. Alright, it's 6 o'clock. I usually have to go to dinner around 7:30-ish, so I guess I'll do like, I don't know, like 20 more minutes. Is he attempting the full run on? I hope you're right. I really doubt it. I'm not really expecting to beat the level. I was kind of expecting to get to like 40%. You know, I was expecting to die to parts that have been a problem historically when I've been practicing this level. So far I've been dying to nothing. Like, I died to fucking orange. I have notes written down for a lot of the parts, and orange is the first part I have nothing written down for. Like, there's nothing that was noteworthy in my... I did every part 5 times, and if there was a part, like if there was like a jump or a section or a click that gave me trouble, I wrote it down. And then I died to it. And I almost died to it twice, is the crazy thing. Like, my pass rate was almost like 33% on a part that gave me absolutely no trouble. I don't know, just kind of sad. Makes me kind of sad. Hey ST, how's it going? But at this point, I'm probably going to die to one of the problem parts just because it's been like 2 or 3 hours since I practiced them. get through broken computer. Don't fuck up 9.07%. Do the hard click. And then you're golden. This level is insane. It's 55 minutes and 24 seconds long. I would love to show you some more of it, but apparently I can't get out of section 5. Which I'm a little upset about. Are they like checkpoints? Nah. No. And the hardest part of the level is the last 10%. It's a lot harder than the rest of the level. Okay. I fucked that part up, but it's okay, I saved it. Alright, if nothing goes wrong, then in 3 minutes I get another chance at quick ships. And if I die to it, then I will go beat it 5 times in a row. That's crazy. That's just embarrassing. My mind was so far away. I don't even know what happened there. My mind was so far away. I don't even know what I was thinking about. I think I was thinking about my old exam that I took like a month ago. I don't know why. I don't know why I was thinking about that. The part is literally just like, hey, look at the big glowing, pulsing black dots, and then fly over them. And I was like, nah, I'm thinking about math. I don't have time for this. I don't have time to like look at my fucking screen. Low key. He's meowing in my chat. Meow. Ugh. It's okay, I just really like this first like 5 minutes level, that's why I keep playing it. Math is great though. No, math is great. Don't get me wrong, it's just like I want to lock in. I gotta go to dinner in like an hour and 15 and the level's an hour long, so like in 15 I can't keep doing attempts, so you know, if I want to get a good attempt, then I got 15 minutes. I gotta lock in. You know, you're right, it is a game that's right up my alley. I don't know. I think both of them are pretty bad. Both of them are really bad, especially if it's someone that has formal math experience. I don't know. I may be I may be doing a Goomba fallacy right now, and I hope you correct me if I am. But I think that this is what happens when you rely on AI. The part of your brain that interrogates things and decides whether they're true or false is destroyed because you've outsourced it to a box. You know? I mean, I guess I can understand. Like, I never came across the sine function in my math career, so like I guess I can understand if like the notation is confusing, but like asking if the absolute value of A equals the absolute value of B implies that A equals B is like crazy for anyone with formal math experience, because like absolute value function is all over the place in so many fields of math. This is engineering? Okay, then we should know what the sine function is. I don't know, I don't know. I remember seeing an article. It was an opinion piece, and it was in, I think it was in Nature or it was in Science. It was one of the two. I only remember it because Dr. Angela Collier did a video on it, and I very much appreciated the video, and I went to read it myself because I was like, it's got to be funny. And it was basically like this guy had spent 2 years putting his entire course into ChatGPT. Like, he had everything organized. Like, all of the like assignments and all the lectures and all the worksheets and all the, you know, all of the materials. And he even was using it to, like, store students' coursework for grading purposes. Anyway, one day, ChatGPT, like, OpenAI had this thing where they were like, if you don't want us to, like, store your data, then click this little button here. And he clicked it. He was like, yeah, I should click that button. Hold on, I gotta lock in. I'm gonna screw my. I'm gonna actually scream. I said if I died there, I was gonna go beat it 5 times in a row. So I'm gonna do that. Anyway. So anyway, he clicked that button, and all of a sudden, all of his. That's embarrassing. All of his. I'm talking though. That's my excuse. All of a sudden, all of the stuff that he had stored in ChatGPT that was on OpenAI servers that he was no longer consenting to sharing data with, all of a sudden, it was gone. It wasn't saved anymore. He couldn't get it. So he contacted support, and support was like, yeah, we don't have it anymore. He said, you don't want to share your data with us, so we stopped collecting your data, and now we don't have your data. And he was so heartbroken about this that, like, the one button and then the confirming of the button press got rid of all of his work that he had, spent like 2 years getting and saving. So anyway, he wrote an opinion piece that was like, don't do that. It's like, guys, this button that says I'm going to delete all the work that you have stored on my servers, if you click it, it deletes all of the work that you have stored on their servers. So don't do that. And I think the interesting part of it is that if you use ChatGPT for 2 years to do all of your work, then you somehow have killed the part of your brain that thinks. The part of your brain that reads this will delete all of the work you have stored on my server button and is like, I'm going to click that. And then you go, hey, why did all of the data that I have stored in the cloud server go away? Like, if you use ChatGPT, you just lose the part of your brain that can make that thought happen. And that's pretty crazy. I think that's the most interesting part of that story. I was looking at chat. That one doesn't count. I said 5 times in a row, and that one doesn't count because I was looking at chat. Notice how I beat it first try, by the way? Notice how I died to it 3 times in a fucking row in the real level, and then I go into practice mode and I beat it twice in a row. You notice that? That's so cool. It's because I know the part. I know it, and I can do it. I can even do it consistently. I just can't do it in the real level, apparently. There's 3. There's 4. Also, the amount of work you put in could have been used to actually learn this stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. And the thing that kills me is I don't want to be an elitist, because I know whenever I say this, I hear it in my head and I'm like, I kind of sound elitist, but that's not what I mean. I'm not like people that have doctorates are way smarter than everyone else. I'm just saying that the people that have doctorates should have like a little bit more respect for the academic process than the people who don't, in my opinion. Because, like, you gotta suffer through however many years of academia to be able to get there. Like, you gotta play the game. So, like, I feel like they should know how to play the game. And so the fact that so many people with doctorates are just using ChatGPT and then throwing all of that away is very concerning to me. Like, I don't expect a lot of people to give a shit about the sanctity of, human work and archaeological studies. I don't expect a lot of people to give a shit about that, but I do expect archaeologists to give a shit about that, and the fact that they don't is shocking to me. I'm gonna do all the problem parts. Because I haven't done them in hours at this point. Like, I don't know. It's the same reason why, like, if you are an anthropology major and your university is forcing you to learn calculus 2, like, I would understand it if you were like, this is boring as hell, I don't want to do this. Like, I would understand that because, like, that's not why you're there. I think you should learn it because I think knowing calculus is important. I'm also biased because, like, I'm a math student, but, like, I was forced to take Intro to Environmental Science for my like, baccalaureate core, as my university called it, and I was happy with that. You know, it was a great course. I learned a lot, and I used a lot of the stuff. I was forced to take a class on global climate change. I mean, I wasn't forced, but I was strongly encouraged for the credit that I needed to fulfill to take a global climate change course. Fascinating. I was encouraged to take Chinese culture. Fascinating. You know, all of it was very interesting. So I'm not like, you know, but like if I really just wanted to become a mathematician and then someone came up to me and was like, you need to learn Japanese culture now, I'd be like, why? You know, I can understand why some people feel that way. The crazy thing to me about AI is it's the people that are like, I'm gonna be a mathematician. I'm gonna go to school for minimum 6 years to learn mathematics so that I can do it for my career. And then they're like, this ChatGPT thing is a huge time saver because I don't have to do any of the work. And it's like, well then what the fuck is the point? Why are you here? No offense. No, offense actually. Offense. Why are you here? And then even worse is the people who are in a professorial role who are doing research and they're like, it's time to use ChatGPT. Why? You went through all the effort to be able to get the credentials to do this research, and then you're like, never mind, I'm gonna let this fucking carbon cloud do it instead. What's the point? Why did we do it? Like, did we get the PhD after our name just because we wanted to, like, show how big our cock is or something? Like, is that why we get a PhD? Is that why we do all the work? Just to be like, dude, just to go to a party and be like, I'm actually a PhD. Is that what we're doing? Is that real? I don't know, it appalls me. Like, my whole life, I've been told, like, some people just really care about numbers and some people care about humans or whatever, you know? Or, like, society or whatever. And so whenever I'm, like, I'm really good at numbers, they're always like, oh, you must, like, be super analytical and you don't let emotions get in the way of anything. And I'm like, I was always kind of hurt by that. Because like the implication was like that the people that weren't good at numbers like did get that, and then I look around me and all the people that don't know the numbers are like, time to let a fucking box. I can't believe I died there. Time to let a fucking box do all my thinking for me. I don't know. That's just crazy to me. I find it appalling. I find it appalling. Does your job, I can understand taking shortcuts since it translates directly into less stress? I mean, I don't though. Like, I think there's a difference between being like, I'm a carpenter and I have to nail this nail into a plank of wood. I'll use a hammer. Like, I'm not gonna be like, back in my day we just used our fists or whatever. But I think there is a difference between that and like I'm an architect. I'm just gonna let my kid draw a house real quick. Like, well then what do you do then? What's the point of you? Like, I'm like, if I'm a games journalist, let's say, right? Then my job is to play a game and then write a review of the game. If I am like, hey, ChatGPT, analyze like 20 hours of someone else's gameplay of this game and then write me like a 2,000 word review that I can slap onto gamepower.com or whatever, I'm not gonna be like, this guy's a fucking genius. I'm gonna be like, well, why am I listening to him? He doesn't know jack about shit. Geometry Dash Classic, haven't played it yet. That's what I mean. It's honestly the same, like, I don't know, it's for the same reason that I wouldn't want to take calculus, like the course calculus, from a professor who didn't have any formal math education and was just prompting ChatGPT and saying the answer in a Microsoft Teams chat. For the same reason as that, I don't want to read a review of a video game by a guy who hasn't played the video game. I don't want to hear someone's literary breakthrough of feminist media that has not read the media. Like, I don't know. I think there's something to be said for doing the work. It's the same reason why, like, I'm playing Geometry Dash right now, so I'm gonna use this as an example. It's the same reason why, like, when people are ranking how hard demons are, they don't care about the opinions of someone who hasn't beaten it, because, like, they haven't done it. They don't have the experience. I don't know. My professor was telling me, or my old thesis advisor, I met with him because I wanted him to write me a couple of letters of recommendation. And I asked him, you know, what's the current state of mathematics in academia? And he was like, it's kind of a nightmare. That's crazy that I died there. He was like, it's kind of a nightmare because all the students are using ChatGPT, so then we have to use ChatGPT ourselves. Like, we have to give ChatGPT our assignments to see if it solves it correctly. Because if it does, then we have to change the assignment. He's like, so I literally have a ChatGPT account that I just use to try to make it so that it can't solve my fucking things. And it's like, he's like, and I honestly spend more time trying to trick GPT than I do, like, writing good assignments. It's like, because I gotta, like, hide little text in, like, all white between all the characters, or I gotta, like, you know. And he's like, and it's just exhausting. And he's like, it also makes me really sad because, like, the reason why I like teaching is to see people who want to learn, and then to have, like, a lot of people in my class just pull out the I'm not gonna learn it all, just do it for me box. He's like, it's just very sad. It's very disheartening. And I was like, that sounds like it sucks. He's like, yeah, it does suck. Booba Wamba is at a top 10. Aw, the funny level with boob in the name is at a top 10? Darn. Yeah, I deserve to die on that part. I don't know what I was doing. The reason I get asked to grade a lot is because I have a lot of experience writing assignments and analyzing submissions for AI, Chegg, et al., and even students who work together. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I don't know how it is, because I've been out of, you know, I graduated a while ago. When I was in undergrad, like, AI wasn't to the point where it could do assignments for you. I remember my friend Oliver, like, when ChatGPT was really starting, he was like, you know, let's see if it knows some shit, just out of like curiosity. And we asked, what's the cardinality of the group A5? Which, for those who don't know, the cardinality of the group A sub n, the alternating group sub n, the cardinality is n factorial divided by 2. So 5 factorial is 120. So A5 cardinality should be 60. And ChatGPT told us that it was 120. And Oliver was like, I guess it's not there yet. And then I never used it again in my undergraduate career. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? You gotta hit this last one late. You hit that last one late so that you can buffer the orange or the red orb. Makes that a lot easier. Little tip, free a charge. I think you mean a different level, bro. My guild Discord started filtering colon, and when I made a support video calling it transphobic, they used AI to ask if blocking colon was transphobic and sent the screenshot of it as proof. Incredible. I still don't understand. I don't know. I also remember an Angela Collier video of basically like the people that use AI seem to be tacitly aware that like nothing it says can be trusted, and then they say nothing that it says can be trusted, but then they trust it. Yeah, I really fucked up that timing, which is just crazy. Like, I don't know. Just makes me sad. Like, I thought on the whole people like still cared about like authenticity, but the more that I've existed in 2026, the less I think that that's true. It's the same reason why like I'm so confused when people come into my stream chat and ask me the same questions, where I'm just like, I feel like we just have a fundamentally different view of like what the point of doing things is. You know? Like every time I watch a Fear 5S video, he's like, the reason why people are high levels is to flex on noms. And I'm like, is that why people are high level? I don't think so. Like, is the reason people get a math degree to say they have a math degree, or is it because like they enjoy math and want to do it for a career? I've kind of always thought it was the second one, but impact and fame is the goal, it seems now. Like what Mackey research, it's just impact. Chasing something important, theoretical problems get ignored by people chasing impact, which I guess makes sense. It's what boosts the career. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. You could just be joking. I don't think he's joking, though. I mean, it's the same sentiment behind everyone that's like, oh, this update is just level joke. This update is just level slop. All they did is add content and add things to it. It's the same, like, shit of, like, people in the quote Discord that are like, oh, they added content that I have to play, and it's like, I don't know. I will agree with you that some people are joking when they say, like, of course the only reason I grind levels is to flex on mounts, but I don't think in certain instances it is a joke. I feel like Fear 5 has said it with sincerity. A certain player in the guild named S. That's not even the person I was thinking of, but I think that would apply to him also. Also, I don't have enough time for another run, by the way. I'm just gonna be practicing parts of the level at this point. So the stream is going to be a little less focused now. Dying 5 times to the part that I just did 5 times in a row was proof enough that I should just spend a lot more time practicing. At least to me. Anything I ever use to track my grammar in self-written text? I mean, like, spell check has been a thing forever. I mean, there are forms of AI that I think are fine. Like, whenever I, you know, use Google Maps, I'm not planning the route myself. I'm letting the navigator do it. I'm not like, I'm gonna stop using Google Maps now. But like generative AI, I think is just a problem. Like when I'm yelling about AI, I'm not yelling about like the tool that doctors use to immediately flag certain X-rays that may be cancerous. Like that. Like that's not the AI I'm complaining about. I'm complaining about the AI that's like, hey ChatGPT, do my homework. Hey ChatGPT, write this article for me. Hey ChatGPT, be my lover. You know, that kind of thing. That's what I'm complaining about. Understandable. I'm not like a Luddite, you know. I'm not like at least I don't think I'm a Luddite, where I'm just like every technological advancement is ass, and even every advancement in automation is ass. I just like, I always thought that with the case of AIs or robots or whatever you want to call them, it was like, hey guys, I made this machine. It doesn't have to sleep, it doesn't have to eat, and it can do basic tasks. So don't worry, everyone working at the widget factory right now, you can go home. You got more time to do what you want to do. Spend time with your kids, spend time with your family, engage in your hobbies, improve your health, whatever you want to do. Go nuts, because you don't gotta work at the widget factory anymore. You're all good, you know? But instead of that, what happened is that it's like, now it's like, don't worry, you know, all those things, you know, you want to write that book, don't even worry about that. I got a machine, it'll take care of that for you, it'll write the book for you, so then you got more time to work at the widget factory. And I think that that's backwards. I think that that's backwards. Welcome to Rainbow Slopes. I get to talk about new parts of the level because I'm practicing from a later start position. This is Rainbow Slopes. The start of this is abrupt, and that's the part that kills you, is the start. So if you get past the start, it should be fine. But yeah, this is Rainbow Slopes. Next up is... Oh, I was too busy looking at next stuff. Hold on. I was too busy talking. This is Rainbow Slopes. Next up is Tall Jumps. Any advancement will not be to the benefit of the worker, rather the owning class. I mean, you're right. My complaint is that I'm wanting the people to be uplifted by automation to be the to be the proletariat rather than the bourgeois, whereas the bourgeois are the people that are controlling AI and its development. I just think that it's crazy the amount of people in the proletariat that are using it is surprising to me, I guess. Like, I see the advertisements that are like, you don't have to hire IT people anymore if you use our service. And I think in my head, like, the average person will see that and be like, that's horrifying, I don't want to do that. But instead, some people are like, yeah, that's kind of bad, but hey, look, it made me have a funny hat. And it did my math homework for me. So it's all good. It's shocking to me. And I guess you could say, like, what, did you expect class consciousness to exist in America? I guess. This part's called robot pointillism, by the way. Like, most of my complaints about the way that the world is, like, circle back to, like, capitalism sucking, but, like, I don't know, I just... It still makes me sad. I guess. I also find it somewhat of a mirror being held up to our society, and I find it a little concerning, the amount of, like... You know how, like, if you prompt AI enough, it'll start putting shit in other shit, like Charlie Kirk showing up everywhere because it was prompted to make Charlie Kirk so many times? The fact that that's happening with, like, Epstein is concerning to me, I think. I call this part abstract art. Capitalism sucking is clear, but we have to actually care about how capitalism sucks. I mean, yes. But like, that's the element of what I'm complaining about, is I feel like this... I don't know. I think that the acceptance of AI is like an acceptance of, like, at least in America, of screwing over the proletariat on large if, like, my standard of life is perceivably improved by some amount. But to be fair, I think that everything is falling apart, and I'm very concerned about it. Like, just world events is shocking to me. Hope my country wins this trade war. Yeah, pretty much. Just like, I don't know. It seems like more and more that things are not based on sense anymore, and it's just concerning to me. I just keep looking for places that make sense, and I just keep seeing. I'm like, surely this place makes sense, and then it doesn't. That's why, like, academia surprises me so much that they're leaning into AI so much. I'm like, surely these people still give a shit about authenticity and integrity, at least within their field. And they don't. And that's shocking to me. Surely if anyone cares about doing mathematics, it's the people that are studying to be mathematicians and the people teaching the people that are trying to be mathematicians. Turns out no. Turns out they don't give a shit either. It's very concerning. Also, I think I ignored a Stellar message from forever ago, and I apologize. I think it was about like people that are using AI as like de facto therapists or relationship partners, and yeah, I do find that concerning also. But I think that's indicative of like just a profound loneliness. This part's called zoom, because when it starts, like the background zooms in. And then this part's called screen tearship. Profound loneliness doesn't exist if you're me. True. If you fall into certain demographics, you're allowed to feel lonely, though, but that's a conversation for another day. Sorry, I was reading chat. At least all my deaths so far have been to reading chat. I mean, it's still my fault, but, like, it makes me feel a little bit better. This next part is called broken monitor clapping, because the background looks like a broken monitor and there's clapping in the background. I feel like most of my names are pretty self-explanatory. I'm sorry, Cynthia. I mean, like, people are lonely. I'm not saying that they're not, and I'm not trying to make light of it. Like, people are lonely. I just don't know if talking to AI is the best way to get out of that. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay, this next part is called Paint Splatter, and then it's a hard part, which I call 2x Speed Clone Cube. Capitalism alienates the worker from their work since you are forced to work, which might explain why the worker might not care about the authenticity of their work. I mean, I am in agreement with you to a point. If the reason why we were happy about AI existing is because I don't have to work like a back-breaking manual labor job, then I would understand why I would be in favor of automation. But that's not the reality. The reality is that you still have to do that work. The work that's getting automated is the work of white-collar intermediaries. You know, the people whose job it is to write internal memos. The people whose job it is to draw artwork for corporations. I gotta lock in for this part. Okay, I'm heartened by this performance. It was a great run of that. Still in the grind? I'm practicing now. I'm back to practicing. I love cutting corners almost as much as people love screwing other people. Yeah, but like that's just... I don't know. But that's the part that concerns me, Mo. Do you get it? Like, I thought that, like, these things we held... I held these truths to be self-evident. That you shouldn't hurt other people. That you should try on the things that you care about. You shouldn't cheat. You should do... The work that you do and the accomplishments that you make should be your own. And racism is bad. I held those truths to be self-evident. In fact, whenever I say them, people reflexively go, "Oh, brother, here we go again, just saying things to earn points." But the thing is that, like, despite the fact that I think that they're true, they just demonstrably are not in the world that I exist in. If it was the case that everyone thought racism was bad, then we would not be in the position that we're at. If it was the case that people viewed authenticity as good, then we would not be in the position that we're at. If it was the opinion that we shouldn't be screwing other people for monetary or temporary gain, then we should not be in the place that we're at. If thinking that cheating is bad was a universal take, then we would not only, grand scheme of things, exist in the current socioeconomic state of the world, but we would also not have nearly as many people in dungeons that are using fucking auto-routers. Like, it's just, it's omnipresent. It's not even just like, oh, my president's doing this shit. The 12-year-old kid playing Hyperscale Skyblock is also doing this shit, even though I held them to be self-evident. That's the part that's concerning to me. Like, when I say racism is bad and people are like, "Oh yeah, wow, say something else that's brave," like, I would expect that, like, that state to be reflected in society. But it's not reflected in society. I mean, hell, we can't even agree that rape is bad. We elected a fucking rapist to the presidency. That's the level we're at. And by we, I mean Americans, because I am an American. But, like, you know, I find that concerning. The general populace would not care about the bombing of children as long as the oil prices didn't change. I mean, I think, unfortunately, I used to be like, you're wrong, but I think you might be right. But that's the thing, is that, like, I don't know. The thing that's difficult for me is that the two things in my head don't align. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I can't think that the average person thinks bombing people is bad if I also think the average person would be fine with the bombing of people so long as their life is not inconvenienced as a result. Like, I can't have both of those things in my head at the same time. One of them has to give. You know? Like, I can't think the average person does, like... I can't think that the average person doesn't like rape, but then also that the average person voted for Donald J. Trump for president. I can't. Which makes me very sad. Because, like... So it's tough for me. Because I don't want to believe the first one. I really don't. And honestly, I can't bring myself to emotionally believe it. But on the other hand, like, I do live in reality. Or at least I try to. And, like, that's the difficult thing for me. It's a square, I guess. I don't know if what I'm saying is making any sense. I want to believe we live in a world where people don't think convicted 27 count rapists should be in society, and yet I live in a world where that man is present. I want to believe that the average person still cares about authenticity, but I live in a world where everyone is using ChatGPT to do all of their assignments and all of their work and generate all of the art and all of the things that they want to do with their free time, like write books. So it's tough for me. I want to believe the average person plays Hypixel Skyblock because they find it enjoyable, but I live in a world where people, like, don't do that. Like, I don't know. It's really hard for me to square that circle. In education, the opinions on essay... Sorry, I was reading chat. In education, the opinions of essay are so gross, especially now. It makes... and as someone with well experience of it, it's really disheartening. Okay, you are right. I mean, that's the thing, is I think, like, perhaps I'm just being a child. You know? Like... But... I don't know. I don't want to have that worldview. You know? That's still sad to me. That if I'm, like... Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. In fact, I'm saying you're right. And I'm very sorry that you're on the receiving end of essay, because I know in academia especially, it's fucking atrocious. You know? Like, I'm not trying to discredit that at all. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, I want to believe that the world that I lived in, if I had said things like, I think that sexual assault is bad, I want the response to be yes, not you clearly haven't lived in the world for long enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just sad to me that the reality is the second one. That makes me sad. Yes, I think banning the cat face is transphobic, especially if the people that were using it were predominant. I think any action that, like, primarily affects trans people like that is going to be transphobic. Like, I guess it depends on the context, but, like, it sounds like the context that you're giving me is that it was used to make trans people stop doing the cat face. I feel like American culture is assault, though. Like, America's #1 thing is assault. They make unwanted regime changes and invasions in places where they shouldn't be and then kill their children. I mean, you're right. You're not wrong, which also makes me sad. But, like, you know, that one's at least demonstrably true. I think most people share some morals, yet have conflicting alignments and have to do mental gymnastics to cope with their morals to not fit to the reality they support. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I can understand that. I think maybe this is just an interpretation thing, but, like, I think it's more that people aren't willing to accept... Sorry, I was too busy thinking. Like, some things are bad, right? Racism is bad, which means that they're done by bad people. And so if you're a good person, then you can't do bad things. So that's what's killing me. It is a bug. That's so weird. Okay, so do I have to jump late? Or early? Sorry, this has killed me a bunch before, and I'm just trying to figure out why. That's so annoying and weird. Okay, I guess I'll have to make a mental note that I have to jump early there. I'd hate to lose a run there. So, like, I'll give you an example. There's a guy. He's been around for a while. He's a guy. He's like a person that's in the orbit of my family, or at least was. And I think, you know, if he, like, I think he's pretty progressive. I think, when it comes to voting records, and yet he's just done some very problematic things. But I think the interpretation is that I'm viewing this guy in my head. I'm thinking of this person in my head. And I think that if I were to ask him, is sexual assault bad, he would say yes. And yet he's committed sexual assault. That's the concerning, that's like the confusing thing in my head. That's my interpretation of this phenomenon, I guess. Like, I think that's the reason why I can go to the side of the street and be like, sexual assault is bad. And then people will be like, hell yeah. And then, like, the same people will be like, yeah, but it's just locker room talk. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same behavior. And, like, they'll say it out loud that it's bad, but then they still, like, they're fine with it. As long as, to Mo's point, it's a white person doing it. But, like, you know, or a white cis het man doing it. Because if it's a gay person, then that's why gay people should be banned. If it's a trans person, then obviously that's why they should be banned. And if it's an immigrant, then that's why we should ban them. It's a good point. But if it's a white, or at the very least bronze guy, then we should elect him president, probably. Sorry, I was reading. Americans love projecting their disgusting traits onto immigrants. This is true. Americans love flattening things down by a dimension and viewing things from fewer angles, aka projecting. This is why engineering maths education these days is flattened into scalar forms instead of vector forms, why vector calculus and tensor calculus are basically omitted until PhD. So fucking true. I mean, unironically, I do think it's helpful to remember that 99% of things that people like this say are projection, but, like, it still is disheartening. I think the reason why it makes me sad is, like, I don't know how to phrase this, but, like, there was a time in my life where I didn't belong to a certain group, and yet, like, I had no feelings that I did, and yet I was still able to treat them with respect, and it's baffling to me that people can't do that. Like, trigger warning, transphobia. But for, like, a long time, I was shockingly, like, what do you call it? Repressing being trans, like, for a long time. And part of that repression, I think it's the same reason why a lot of gay people are homophobic, at least initially, and why some trans people are transphobic initially, is because if you admit that people can do it, then you have to admit that, like, you could do it. You know what I mean? Like, if you admit to yourself that other people can change their gender, then you have to reckon with the reality that you could also do that if that was something that you felt that you needed to do. It's a lot easier to just believe that that's impossible. It makes that like decision not a decision, so you don't have to think about, is this something that I would like to pursue? So as a result, that was kind of my view for a long time. And yet, at no point of that time, I lived with 3 trans people. I went to a very woke college. I knew plenty of trans people, and I was never transphobic towards them. And I never voted against their interests, even if in my head I was rationalizing it in whatever way that I needed to rationalize it, so that I, wouldn't have to open the box in my head of like repression. So the fact that like people just don't do that is saddening to me, I guess. Because I don't think that I'm like a special, like a special snowflake. I don't think that I'm like unique. I think that it's like pretty easy. I don't know. So it just is sad to me that it doesn't seem that that's the norm, I guess. Anyway, sorry for that rant. Do love to attach morality to having the correct political opinions too, and other things like status and success. Well, I think that there was a time where, for the political opinions one, back when the opinions were like, and I know it's America, so like every political, like a majority of them are, should we bomb immigrants, to which everyone says yes, but like, if you feel chronic loneliness, it's probably because you're a bigot. Oh, you're saying the other way. Yeah, you're right. Then I agree with you. I thought you were saying the reverse of that. You ever read me? Oh, sorry. That's why stuff like SA still happens on the left. We are not immune, even though we are educated about these subjects. I think it's a leftist idea, which even many leftists forget, is that everyone is racist, sexist, and etc. It's not a nice belief, but even leftists still have internalized these beliefs. Well, you exist in the society that you exist in. It's the same reason why the person in my life that wears the future is female socks, it's the same reason why she still has internalized misogynistic beliefs. It's because she lives in a misogynistic society and she hasn't bothered to interrogate those beliefs. I don't think it's because the average person is... When it comes to nature versus nurture, I attribute far more to nurture than nature. I don't think the average person is racist. I think the average person exists in a racist society, and by the time they are 18 has been exposed to nothing but racist stereotypes and opinions and a political landscape that they now have those opinions internalized. But in my head, those are two different things. People do exist in societies they believe in. That's why there are a lot of certain people who call themselves leftist/woke but are very bigoted towards religious people, because of every religious person they were surrounded with were bigots, so they associate belief with bigotry. This is true. And I'm sorry that you had quite a few people who were shitty to you that were politically left. We have shitty people over here too. Name is what happened with some of the people during that one thing in February/March. Oh yeah, the anti-Semitism. Yeah. I want to say that even those who create creative ideas can still act in opposite of their beliefs and still be truly free from bigotry. You are correct. I think in that we all exist in a bigoted society, and as a result we've internalized some of those beliefs. And it takes active effort to undo those things. But I think that, like, you know, there's still like a lot of asterisks that you gotta put on that statement, in my humble opinion. I think that my opinion on what Ice-T is saying might boil down to the phrase, not every Republican is a Nazi, but every Nazi is a Republican. Biological-based bigotry did exist. It would tend to be found in things like a child asking insensitive questions out of curiosity. Yeah. People in general need to stop equating things such as life status and morals to political thought. If you attach undesirable traits to bigots, there's also people in your life with those traits too. I don't exactly understand your point. If your point is like, this far-right person is a little concerning, and then the comments are like, and he's got a unibrow, then like, I think I agree with you, where it's like, that's not really, those two things aren't connected, and not everyone with the unibrow is also like a problematic person, but like, well, means that by generalizing traits the biggest, those who aren't acting in that way, who share some of the traits, get caught in the crossfire and left alienated. Ah. So like in my example, the people that have a unibrow are like, what the hell? Then I agree with you. I'm just reflexively defensive, I think, when I see things like that, because I'm always expecting the other shoe that's about to drop to be a centrist ass take. You're misogynist to women, clearly this means you get no play. Oh, like you're just mad because you're not getting any? Yeah, alright. I see your point. Because then the people who aren't getting any play are like, I'm not misogynistic though, what the hell? I see your point. I think that may just be because we're all permanently stuck in high school, unfortunately. Misogynistic men famously don't have women in their lives to enable their views and are always lonely. This is true. This is true. I don't know. It is. I do understand your point. It's the same reason why I get a little annoyed. What the fuck just happened? I wish I could get rid of the screen. I think I jumped too early, which clipped me into this block, I think. Weird. Okay. What the fuck was that? I have no idea. Genuinely. So if you express loneliness, the problem means you're a bigot. I see what you're saying. I do think that that's like a problem that I've seen that makes me a little bit sad, where people are like, you know, it happened again. I feel like this copyable might just be like bugged or something, because like the deaths that I was getting at section 32 were also weird and I hadn't had happen before when I was practicing on the real level. I'm just going to choose to believe that they're bugs, and then they won't happen to me in the real level. That's what I'm going to choose to believe. Let's hope so. I sure hope so. I would hate to die to a bug an hour and a half into a level. No, half an hour into a level. No, 40 minutes into a level. We got there. Oops. Sorry, my mom texted me and I looked over at it. Okay, this time I'm going to lock in and I'm going to beat the fucking part that I literally don't have anything written down for, because I never had any problems with the 5 times in a row I beat it. And then it's going to be great. I always feel loneliness is just me being bitter of the assumption of people's character when they have the courage to admit that they're lonely, honestly. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I didn't at first, but now I do, I think. I think we should move away from the idea that feminism or women in general are the fault for the loneliness of men. Yeah. I think that's probably smart. Everything has to have a reason. There's nothing can be a cause of being unfortunate. You have to be lonely because you have a trait that is undesirable. I mean, I think that's just like a thing that people want to believe is like if, you know, that like bad things only happen to bad people. But you are, I do see your point. I think it's the same thing. It's like, I don't know. It does. I've seen a version of this. It's not the loneliness thing. It's just that like every time someone says something appalling, you know, like when Nick Fuentes is like, you know, your body, my choice kind of thing, and he says something like a super appalling. And everyone's like, what the hell? And then, like, the top comment is like, he looks like a fish. And I'm like, is that the point? Is that, like... Is that the... I don't know. Welcome to pulsing blocks. And everyone who has a fulfilling social life is somehow lacking any of these, like how abusive men are totally never in relationships ever, etc., etc. I see. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Misogynistic men are in relationships, and non-misogynistic men aren't in relationships. Both of those people exist. I see your point. I get it. One of the most misogynistic men that I knew in college was dating and then engaged to one of, like, the coolest women that I knew in college. I don't know if that is what... I think... I don't know. I haven't really met a lot of feminists that are, like... incredibly misandrist. I mean, they definitely exist, don't get me wrong, but like I just don't engage in like Twitter feminism discourse. Like when I took my gender studies college or my gender studies course in college, it was a lot more like uplifting of women than down-putting of men. But sorry for being straight. I don't think feminism means lesbianism, though. My sister's a feminist, and she is straight. I think that would be a silly thing to believe. That being straight as a woman is misogynistic or otherwise sexist. Misandry is really prominent in trans femme spaces as well. You are right. I have seen some misandry in feminist spaces. I try to be nice and think that it's more of a reflection of being upset at the life that they were forced to live before coming out, but I think probably some of it is less that and more misandry. So you are right. To a certain person, I wasn't allowed to express my own sexuality on your stream once. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. You are right. Just overprojection of their pasts. I mean, that's what I've always attributed it to. Because, like, there are certainly, like... there are masculine aspects that I dislike, but they're all, like, about myself, I guess. Like, when I used to, like, open things or, like, do things that required upper body strength, and my mom was like, oh, look at you. I would always be like, man, like, that sucks. But, like, I don't think that everyone that can lift a heavy thing is evil. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know why I said probably. It was definitely because I was a man. Yeah. I don't remember all of the details of that conversation. I think it was because you were a man, but also because you were cis, if I recall correctly. I don't know. That buffer looks scary, but it's easier. Same goes the other way. I can have femininity and not consider myself woman-like. Yeah. But, I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of tiring because it's the same shit. Like, what you're describing, like, the sword cuts both ways. Because I've seen so many times where, like, a trans woman does something traditionally feminine, and then people are like, holy shit, you're being so misogynistic or something. You're adhering to the gender binary is what happens. I don't know. That whole thing, like, really PMO. I get asked on... Oops. Missed it. Probably shouldn't try to read and play the game at the same time. I ask for advice on dating women a lot, and a lot of the time the advice goes to just asking if the person is attractive, which one hurts me a lot as a non-passing trans person, and two is incredibly misogynistic. I get asked for advice on dating women a lot, and a lot of the time the advice goes to just asking if the person is attractive. What do you mean? Like, men ask you? When I say I have no basis on which I can judge other women in the context of dating and get yelled at or made fun of. You're saying that, like, men ask you for advice on dating women. They ask me to judge how attractive the person is. Huh. I kind of feel bad for that person. That person probably has so little self-confidence they couldn't fathom the idea of a straight person liking a trans woman for who she is. Kind of sad. Yeah, that's a common belief, I think, for a lot of trans people, is to think that, like, yeah, you get it. I'm sorry about that, Cynthia, though. Didn't you know only cis women are allowed to adhere to the gender binary? No, I mean, it's just kind of like when I'm like, I'm getting laser hair removal on my legs. Then people are like, you know, women have hair on their legs too. And then I'm like, yeah, but I don't like having hair on my legs because I find it dysphoric. And then they're like, so you think that women shouldn't have hair on their legs? And I'm like, no, I'm not making like a big statement on whether or not women can have body hair. I'm just making a statement on what I want to do. And they're like, it sounds to me that you are enforcing the gender binary. It sounds to me like you are trying to appear more feminine. And more feminine means no body hair, which I think is really reductive. And it turns out that you are actually being You are reinforcing the gender binary right now. You're not being very woke. I've had this conversation happen at least twice with real people, not just like freaks online, like actual people, and it's a little annoying. You gotta face tank the dysphoria the rest of your life instead of just doing something to get rid of it because woke level 9,000. Yeah, pretty much it's like, no. You have to dismantle gender norms as a trans person. You have to dismantle those gender norms. You yourself. Other trans people tell me that too. Also, like, body hair is a big sensory and health issue for me. Same, like, if I talk about my GI issues, such as excreting blood, they just tell me it should be euphoric. That's fucking crazy. If someone says that and they're in my Discord, please ban them immediately. That is gross. Holy shit. Some thoughts you should keep in your head, and that's one of them. This comes from trans masks. Not all, just one. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. How have men who like to go to the gym who shave their legs fit into this discussion? I don't know. I mean, I think it's silly to think that only women shave their legs. I also think it's silly that, like... I just think the whole thing is silly. But the statement seems to be that traditionally women are expected to not have body hair, so if you shave body hair, then that's a feminine thing. So if you're a trans woman who's doing it, that means you're reinforcing a gender binary. Even though it's, like, demonstrably untrue. Yeah, exactly. Cynthia's correct. I mean, I think the whole thing is silly. I'm not trying to defend it. I think it's silly. And I have a lot of ire that it's a real conversation I've had twice. People have a lot of opinions about things that I should and shouldn't do. Like the several people that have told me that I need to get over my asexuality if I want to be in a relationship, which is super cool. Love that. I don't know about GI. It's a gastrointestinal. In this instance, it's gastrointestinal tract. A certain person in my life I cut out who was like, oh, maybe because you're asexual because you're twisted and weird. Yeah, that's super cool. For number 1 as well. Ah. It's not good. Not good at all. I can't tell you about how much I hate that person without getting automated, by the way. Is it a 4-letter person? Yeah? Oh, it's the same person who told me that no one was actually ever asexual when I said that I was asexual. Because that checks out. She didn't tell me it was because of drama. She just told me that no one was actually asexual. I was paraphrasing when I said twisted and weird. Ah. We are asexual and see asexual and then react. So true. She did imply that some people are asexual because of like a traumatic event or whatever. Ah. I think she said to me that like the asexual people that she knew were like pre-op transing. So they weren't really asexual. It's also a little exhausting having to debate my asexuality with people. Because, like, you know... I guess people can't have kinks and be asexual. I need to enter the marketplace of ideas and have a long debate with someone about how those can be separate things. I don't know. It's a lot easier to just not talk about it. Go with something? Yeah, sorry. It just pissed me off. And I felt, for some reason, the need to defend myself. Despite the fact that there were people in that call that probably did not need to be there. It's fine, I'm just with that person a lot. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry. The thing about body hair shaving is that it's a modern thing. Like 100 years ago, nobody about the body hair of women, the main purpose, or thrown around to here for that is pedophilia. Oh, like if you don't like... Now I'm confused. Trying to figure out what that means. Is it like if you like women who don't have body hair, it's because you like kids because they don't have body hair? Is it prepubescent? Is that the thing? Most feel I had on Loneliest Morality was kind of just related to them too. Another textbook great person morality-wise, but it's just an awful person anecdotally. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry about her, Mom. Oh, okay, I gotta go in 10 minutes, so I think I'll just probably throw attempts at this ending. But I'm having fun reading chat, so I'm not super reading, or I'm not super paying attention to the level, but... But that's fine. I still get to talk with you and Lamb and friends now? Yeah. I wonder if Lamb's gonna break up with me when she finds out that I'm asexual, because you're not allowed to be in a relationship if you're asexual, according to some people. This part, I remember to jump into that orb, or that dash orb, hold that. That green you got a buffer. You don't have to, but you should. You don't want to hit those yellow orbs, you want to hit them low, or else you're not. You're going to die to that red orb jump. You got to hit that green orb early, you got to hit that one early. You don't think you do, but you have to. You gotta jump high for those green orbs. And then you gotta hit that last blue orb late. You gotta wait. You gotta hit that late. Don't really have anything to say about this part. I think I could feel the blood for all my capillaries if I was at this part from 0. I mean, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Some asexuals are freakier than sexuals if you read their AO3 stories. That's... yeah. People seem to not understand that having kinks doesn't mean you're allisexual. Despite the fact that, like, 90% of kinks have nothing to do with sex. Like, 12% of the population has a foot fetish. You're telling me there's something inherently sexual about a foot? How are you using that? Doesn't the fetish make it sexual? I don't think so. If you... like... how do I explain it? If seeing a foot or like whatever... I don't have a foot fetish, so I don't know what the content looks like. But I assume that there's some content with it. If you feel some form of like sexual desire or sexual gratification from seeing a foot, but then like it doesn't make you actually want to have sex, then like I don't think it's sexual. Because like to me, sex is sexual. But if someone doesn't want to have sex, then I think they're asexual. But if that person can derive sexual gratification from, I don't know, seeing a foot, then like I don't think that makes it sexual. I think that just makes it like a kink. I don't know. I can't really explain the difference because like I'm not allisexual. I'm asexual. I guess in my mind, if someone had a foot fetish and then there was like another person, right? And then so that other person's playing into the fantasy by doing whatever the fuck with their foot, you know? So like one person doing shit with a foot and the other person is getting sexual gratification from that. Is that having sex? Because in my mind, that's not having sex. That's like engaging in a kink, but that's not having sex. I think the definition of sex is pretty cut and dry. And like I don't think there was actually any sex going on in that scenario. So I find it, so like, you know, in this example, the person who really likes that foot, I think, and doesn't feel any need or desire to actually have intercourse, I feel like that person being like, I'm asexual makes sense, because he doesn't, I'd say he, but, you know, my bad, because they don't want to have sex. Despite the fact that they can derive sexual gratification from a non-sexual thing or act. That's, at least in my opinion, that's how I've viewed it. Because like if that person, if this hypothetical person was like, yeah, I love having sex, and then someone is like, ooh, how do you do it? And then, you know, he's like, I just, someone comes in and takes their shoes off, and then I just, you know, I kind of get something from that. And I feel like people would be like, that's not, what are you talking about? And then like foreplay, which is part of sex. I guess it kind of depends on how you view it, but like, I think it's part of it, but I don't think that it's it. You know, in the same way that I think sitting down for dinner and being served bread and then leaving the restaurant isn't having a meal. I think that, you know, like this might be a semantic argument, I suppose, but like, you can eat dinner without having been served bread. But you can't have eaten dinner if all you did was sit down, get served bread, and then leave the restaurant. I think, in my opinion. You can have sex without foreplay, but I don't think you can have sex with only foreplay, I guess, is my opinion. Going to the restaurant to play at the arcade isn't eating a meal either, I get it. I mean, like, maybe I'm explaining myself decently. I don't know. That's always been my view. Maybe it is a semantic argument, but like, if I were the person who just really liked feet, if I was in his position, I'm gonna keep saying his. If I was in his position, I wouldn't really view myself as sexual, like an allosexual person, because I don't have any desire to actually have sex. I also think that if that person went on a date and then was like, yeah, I'm allosexual, and then took someone home, and then that was what he was like, this is what we're doing, the other person would be like, what the hell? Probably. You know what I mean? And the same reason why, like, if you take someone out for a date and you're like, we're gonna have dinner, and then you serve them, like, a slice of bread, and then you're like, there it is, they'd be like, what the fuck? This is not what we agreed on. You know? Maybe I'm just being silly. Maybe this metaphor doesn't make sense, but, like, I don't know. On the other hand, like, there are probably plenty of people that have, like, a foot fetish that use it as, like, a build-up to actually, like, have sex. Like, it's like, ooh, I'm getting a lot of sexual gratification from this, I can't wait to go to, like, the main event or whatever. In the same way, it's like, damn, this bread is really whetting my appetite, I can't wait to get served dinner. No, I want food. I'm hungry too. But for more than just bread, because I want to actually have dinner. We should have shawarma tomorrow. Ooh, shawarma mention. gonna get more expensive as time passes. This is true. If each job exists, would that be sexual? Yeah. Sorry, I'm viewing this in the context of my own thing, and I think that, like, I don't know. I think with most kinks you could do it in a way that is conducive to like actual sex, and then there's like plenty of ways you could do it that is not conducive to actual sex. Someone being attracted to feet and attracted to a foot job, not the same thing. I don't think it's the same thing. You know, people want to get the paw job at Denny's or whatever. What are they saying on Tumblr? What are the Tumblrites saying? They want to get a paw job under the table at Denny's. Say physically and sexually and not sexually? Yeah. I'm not saying that you can do that, like, they are inherently separate ideas. I'm just saying that they don't have to be related. One does not imply the other. Someone having a fetish does not imply that they are allosexual. Someone being allosexual does not imply they have a fetish. They can be separate. So it is annoying when I have to debate whether or not I am asexual with people. Because they turn it into same way people try to like debate you out of being gay or being trans. They try to debate you out of being asexual. And I find that tiring. There are plenty of people that will tell me with a straight face that, like, yeah, just, you know, what you've described with the foot guy is sex. And I'm like, oh, so, like, if someone went on a date with you and then they were like, this is what I'm expecting from sex, you'd be like, that makes sense to me. And they'd be like, well, no. I'm like, well, then, so... Because, like, it's not actually their belief. They're just being a debate lord. Literally the Dr. House episode. I'm unfamiliar with that one. Oh, okay. I'm gonna practice from here to the end. I've been dicking around so long, it's actually dinner time for me. There was like Dr. House episode about asexuals, which was really harmful. There was an episode that was awfully transphobic as well. Dr. House bets that the patient isn't really asexual. In the end, they weren't asexual. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I think that episode and others like it are reaffirming of everyone is exactly like me, and I can't imagine a person that isn't like me. Part of it is the time that it was released, but yeah, it's still harmful nonetheless. The part that appalled me the most of that Dr. House episode wasn't the fact that, like, they were being incredibly transphobic to a kid. I mean, obviously that was appalling, but, like, the part that really was, I thought, appalling was they were like, the dad had raped his kid, who was a supermodel, but then it turns out, oh my goodness, the kid had some birth defect that caused them to present femininely when in reality they were, you know, chromosomally male. And then they were like, hey dad, turns out you raped your son. Haha. And I always thought that was a little weird. Like one of the first mentions of asexuals in modern media. Yeah, we don't have great representation. I'm totally gonna die of one of those double spikes. Good Doctor had a Transphobia episode as well. Kind of weird. Good Doctor is also just the type of autism representation that I hate. You're autistic? Oh, you can like count toothpicks really quick like Rain Man, and you don't like people. Yep. Yep. I'm autistic, which means I can do math in my head really quick. And I don't know how to talk. That's what autism is. I wish it saved my runs. Oh, it kind of does. It didn't before. It still didn't check my 82 to 100. And it didn't check my 9. Oh well. It sucks. Anyway, odd topics of conversation for the stream today, but, you know, enjoyable nonetheless. Gonna load the next daily level. Just gonna load all this stuff. I do have to go to dinner, but I will see you all next time. Unfortunate display of skill on Eon today. Really unfortunate display of skill, but hopefully next stream goes better. So I will see you all next time. And bye-bye.